You thought I was gonna work on the Minervan today, but we're gonna do something different. We're gonna make one of these things. Oh yeah. If you're wondering why the reference doesn't have clothes, so that way that I can have interchangeable clothes. Because it's easier than having to make the clothes part of the model itself and have to remake the entire body just to make another outfit. Marginally, this is more efficient. Alright, now let's begin. But first, let's load up a character modeling tutorial off screen, so that way I can refresh my memory. Don't worry, I'll see if I can make it not noisy. Alright. Now we shall begin on the Peridot. Alright, now what shall we do first? Oh yeah. First things always first is to like... Crap, where did that tutorial go? Did I accidentally exit out of it? Oh, there we go. Oh wait, that's accidentally opened my stream on YouTube. Where is it? Character modeling. There it is. I'm looking at a tutorial by Darren Lyle. Absolute genius, by the way. He's helped me a lot when his tutorials have helped me quite a lot with this sort of thing. First things first, let's shade smooth. Mirror, mirror on the wall. Let's put this vertice over here. Oh. Crap, accidentally put my mouse sensitivity too low. Alright.
All those. Now, I'll choose a new image. I'm going to go add image. And this one, I want the side view. And I want it to be only visible in the right orthographic camera.
So when it comes to modeling this sort of method, well, the thing you want to do most is to sort of actually like start with the face first, because the face is always the most important part of the character after all. Starting at the body will just make it a bit more difficult, I guess. Oops. Actually, let's see if we can try doing it on our own without Darren Lyle's help this time around. Just to see what we're capable of. Not too bad, not too bad. We're on fire. Okay. There's the edge loop for the mouth, I guess. You know? Let's scooch this edge loop in just a little bit.
This week is my so to do I go to I'm gonna hit control up arrow and now I've got it in.
Now let's do the nose.
So what I'm gonna do is
The nose will be a tough part. The nose will probably be the tough part because it's kind of difficult getting those nostrils in.
rooting these edges.
That's how it usually is.
It deforms in.
This will probably be the first time you guys ever see me
What I'm gonna
like
be
model a
doing is
humanoid
trying
character
to
from scratch
create the edge flow
in real
so
time.
that it mirrors the
So
structure.
enjoy.
Now I'm gonna go back. Vertex mode and just do a little adjusting here.
Let's just look at Darren Lyle every
Alright,
now
so
and then,
there's
just
the
for
first edge
tips
loop
and
around the
tricks.
mouth. Now what I'm gonna do
Usually there's a
is
big gap
extrude
between
this
when I
edge
create a
up
humanoid
with
character
another.
such as this, so like sometimes I need to refresh my memory.
Extrude, move up a bit.
I mean, who doesn't every now and then? Probably not many people need to refresh their memory like this. What am I talking about? I can hear you guys right now saying, Barry, what are you talking about? What are you thinking? You're a freaking maniac. You forget things that easily? You're a maniac. What are you, nuts? Maybe I am just a little bit crazy, I don't know. I'm taking the time out of my life to stream boring stuff like this, you know? Well, it's not boring for me, it's probably boring for you guys, though. Maybe you guys find this fascinating, I don't know. Some people have different tastes. Let's slide this edge. Just pull it to the side, ever so slightly. Slide. This time I added an extra edge loop for the lip itself because I feel like that might be more helpful in general. Okay, we're having a good start. What do you have to say next, Darren Lyle?
And for this particular edge, I'm going to do something a little different. I'm just going to bring this point down, creating...
You can hear him a little bit,
right
probably.
here with an extra vertices on it. Like that. So now I can extrude this edge.
Ah. Oops. Clicked on another video by accident.
So now I'm just going to select these edges here, these two edges, and I'm just going to select these.
You can really learn a thing or two from Darren Lyle.
And extrude up.
At least for the face part, anyway. When it gets to the rest of the body, I usually like move on to a different tutorial for like feminine bodies.
To kind of get near the top of the eye.
Okay. Gonna definitely need to reshape that nose a little bit because Peridots have like upturned noses that are not very long, but they do point up quite a bit. These eyes are pretty damn big, so I'll have to be a little bit careful about how I pull this off.
Okay, so now let's work on the eye. I'm going to select this edge and extrude it out to the side of it. And now...
Oops! Keep on misclicking. I miss old Family Guy, don't you guys? I mean, it was alright up to season 9, but after that, things started sort of getting a little bit downhill. Like, it started going downhill around 9, but, like, it wasn't a downright awful kind of downhill.
Bottom edges of this polygon here.
See,
So
the
now
seasons
what I'm
onward,
gonna do
probably.
is extrude out of here, out of the top here, and I want to put three
Cleaning as a Family Guy.
three subdivisions. Hold on. On the top of the eye here. So I'm going to hit E for extrude and just begin coming up across the top of the eye.
Move this down.
Now I'll do the same for the bottom of the eye.
out the sides of the nose just
Same
a little
for the
bit.
bottom of
Slide this. Well, I'm not religious or anything, but I consider Darren Lyle my prophet. Getting like the topology of an SU styled character's head can be a little bit difficult because like usually depending on which like character and which design, the eyes can be rather big, so you gotta be really careful about how you take care of that. Gotta make sure the nose and the eyes don't like have weird geometry or anything. Oy vey. Got no choice but to add one more edge loop. Taking a really risky move here because this might mess me up later. We'll see. We'll see. I think I hear construction going on outside. Either that or that's just the garbage trucks. It's garbage day. Garbage day! Yeah, yeah. You model too? Okay, let's talk about things more on... Actually, I'll let you...
Alright, so now you can see what we have here. We've got this two-dimensional loop mask. Let's go ahead and bring out this edge loop. I'm just going to extrude and pull out and scale out a bit.
Ah. Oh, yep. G-stretch. Give me the power, I beg of you. Okay.
And then connect
Cool.
these
Can
points
you
up
show me a sample with the link? I would like to check that out.
using Alt-M and merge at center exposed. That'll work. Alright, now I'm going to connect these two
Oh, I can actually connect these two. That makes things a bit easier. That helps.
using Alt-M and merge at center exposed. That'll work. Alright, now I'm going to connect these two edge loops together here. Again, selecting these points and hitting the F key to fill those spaces. And then I'm going to bring this on down again underneath the mouth. Extrude, scale out a bit. And move this up here and merge it. Okay, so now we're
Oops. Keep misclicking. What's with that? Merge by distance. Viva la les distance. Ah. What I'm doing is basically the style of what I'm working on is going to be a bit more photorealistic, so I'm going with a more middle ground between sort of like a Pixar-ish sort of look and also the sort of um, source material style, like a middle ground, as you can see. A lot more stuff will be defined, such as like muscle tone, fingernails as well. There will also be like tension maps in the face, so that way the face visibly furrows when like during certain expressions. Okay. Okay. Cool.
beginning to get that nice design for the edge loops.
Let's keep the edge loops here at a minimum for now. Nah, let's keep those edge loops actually for now. Nothing wrong with that.
As you can see around the mouth here, and also now around the
Ah,
mouth. So this really is
so
the
you're
basic
exclusively
of
MMD then.
the
I'm doing Blender now.
of the edge loop flow for the character's face. The great thing about this is you could just save this now
Yeah.
and use this for pretty much any character.
I'm actually
Alright, so let's
lately I've been
continue
deciding to stick more
and
to like the source materials
extrude
sort
this
of
piece
how
out
the way that the
a
characters
bit,
and gem types are depicted. I'm trying to stick more to
and
that
begin
these days.
connecting these up.
Like for example, I'm actually
Find
making
the
this
line
Peridot
where
look the way
push this off.
look a lot like how a Peridot does in the original show.
Okay, so now we're to the point where we can begin pulling this out into three dimensions.
Been making model sheets for
So let's
myself
do
as
that
well,
now.
as you can see.
What I'm going to do is begin with this center line of vertices and just select a point in the front view and then pull it out.
I've moved ever since like Blender 2.8 came out with the new real-time Eevee engine. I decided to do Blender for just do Blender like
Proper
full on. I still do not regret that mistake, because Blender 2.8 is pretty, 2.8 onwards, pretty cash money, I gotta say. Whoa, 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 whoa. I was looking away, so I didn't expect the amount of text messages. Oh. Okay, where'd you send the links? I don't see them. Would you be able to send a link? I don't think I see the links. If you sent them, I can't see them. That's alright, it's alright. But did you actually send any links? Because I don't see any links. I would like to see the links. I don't see the links though. It's just nothing there. That's weird. Hmm. I wonder what that's all about. Hmm. That's weird. I don't think the stream supports links, which is unfortunate. Could be wrong though. Maybe it's just YouTube being dumb. I mean, YouTube is just dumb these days. It's not as fun as it used to be. No, unfortunately I don't. Sorry. You have a Discord? Because you could try sending me links there.
Place in the side.
Alright. We've gotten to a certain point with the topology. Now let's begin pulling everything out. Arr. Damn, the facial profile does not quite match, but we'll have to deal with that. Oh boy, this one's always the most iffy part of it. Okay, okay. Um. Oh, I remember you. You're Walter. I almost forgot about you. You often post those MMD models. I know what you're talking about now. What program do you use to make those actually? You said you couldn't learn Blender, so ah. Ah, I know that program. I haven't used it, but I know what that is. I think our friend Garrick uses it. Putting out that NOS. Yes. Sure. Actually, I think Mensch can send you one because little occupied at the moment.
I'm gonna hit the Z key to go to wireframe and just then move down the character here, selecting points and moving it out to match the reference image.
Wow, the
Alright,
profile
so
really
now that
doesn't
I've got
match.
that front line done, I'm going to move one over and begin
Ah
on
well,
the next row, the next
I'll do as
vertical
best as I
row
can, I
of
suppose.
vertices. Alright, now I'm going to start moving in the points
I've dealt
along
with
the
worse
eye.
setbacks.
And now I'm going to bring in the sides of the head here. It's kind of hard to know exactly where they should be, where the points should be, but that's okay. You don't need to put them precisely where they are going to go. You just need to get them generally in place so that when you take a look at it in 3 dimensions, you can begin to see where to pull the points to. Alright, so there we go. Let's now take a look at this in our default view. So here we have the basic loop mask from this point, we're going to want to look at this from all angles and pull points forward and back to get it to look more like our character. Pull points.
Oy vey. Oh my.
Look at the
We're getting somewhere, Sonny. Could use a nose job, though. Oh, I think I see the problem. Oh, so this is how I was supposed to do it. Hmm. I see. We're getting somewhere now. Thinks we're just getting as close as to what we want.
we have the basic loop map.
Let's just part the lips
From
just a
this
little bit,
point,
so that
we're
way
going to
it'll
want
make
to look at
modeling
this
the
from
inside of the
all
mouth a bit
angles
easier.
and pull points
We can like
forward
close
and
the lips back up later.
to get it to look more like
Well, not close them up with faces, I mean like put them together. Okay, sure. You were sending them in my DMs, I'm guessing? Where are you posting? Oh. Oh, you made a Spoda meme. Okay. I didn't look at the chat at first. That's not too bad. Interesting placement, though. I gotta say. Admittedly, it's a bit too thickly built for spodamine because, as you know, spodamines are quite tall. Oh, not bad. That looks pretty all right, actually. Sorry, I didn't mean to burp like that. Something weird going on with the tip of the nose. However, other than that, doesn't look too bad. Okay. As I was saying about the spodamine, I think you could have made it a bit thinner as well as taller. Because as we know from like the movie that spodamine's like, or like almost twice as tall as a quartz. Oh, I forgot. Sorry. All I can say is that you don't have to spam, or at least you shouldn't spam. You can just share them through the DMs. I won't mind. I really wish I could have the side views of my model sheets more on profile. Because it does lead to hiccups like these. usually what I do is I just look at fronts and sides. I just switch between the front and side views every now and then. And I'm not really even talking about botching like the profile on like the model itself. I mean botching the profile on the sheet that I'm using. That always gets me in loads of trouble. But I'm used to swallowing huge loads. Definitely need to pull out the cheek some more. Because the face is looking a bit too rounded. Should look a bit flat on the front. Because you know them Peridots, they have cut slightly flat faces. Not very flat, just more flat. Now for some nostrils. There we go. That is a rather passable topology for the nose, I guess. God, that topology's messy. So yeah, this is a good looking head. Sorry about that. At least so far it is. Nose definitely still needs some work. Shit. Hmm. Huh. Oh. Not bad. Not bad at all. This is a rather good looking face. Not quite Peridot yet, but we're getting there. Nose is getting a bit too big, a lot bigger than I intended, but not to worry. It's never bad to be a work in progress. think we finally got that iconic upward turning nose. It's there. Now that is a Peridot nose, isn't it? Then again, we should pull back the cheeks still more. It's only a head, and so far it's the best. It's still the best looking one so far that we have made. Had to take some liberties that deviate a little bit from the sheet, though, because I accidentally botched the side profile. This is starting to look pretty good.
Hi, this is Darren Lyle. In this part of the series, we'll work on finishing up the character's head here. What we need to do is work on pulling some points. You can see that when I pulled the points out, I've got this kind of angle, this very angular shape to the face, and that's not exactly what we want. So I'm going to begin pulling some points out here, try and round out the shape of the face. And it's relatively tedious work, but needs to be done to get that nice curve to the face. And what I'm doing is just pulling points forward and back in the y-axis right now. Just forward and backward, just to try and get that curvature of the face a little better. Then once I get that curvature, then I'll begin moving points in the x-axis as well. Now since this is a kind of a cartoony younger character, I'm going to work on bringing the cheeks forward some, just to give that kind of baby fat look to the cheeks. I'm going to do a matte bullet model.
Finally to the bulk of the thing.
And move it into place a little bit. And I'll begin extruding them up and over the head. As I go, I'm going to be widening these out just a bit.
Of course.
And scaling them to make them a little more flat. Now once I get up here to the top of the head, I'm going to begin rotating these edges just a bit.
Here it comes.
Now,
Oops, I think we should level this a bit. Move this region up just a little bit. Maybe you're right. I should have that setup you were talking about. front side. Oops. Oopsie poopsie.
Now once I get up here to the top of the head, I'm going to begin rotating these edges just a bit. Now, once I get to this point, I'm going to begin thinking about how to connect these pieces up. Let me move this into place. So let's think about this. If I've got this row of edges, I may want to hook them up in the future with this row of edges here, right? So
Huh? We will want these points to attach. So I'm going to keep those connected for now. Ooh. I think we might have just a few edge loops too many. There we go. That's 1, 2, and then there were 3. See? Ah, the head is finally starting to come together.
oh, it would.
scooch you boys over. Thank you. I actually did a split screen setup because I'm watching like one of Darren
It
Lyle's
would
character
probably
modeling
be
tutorials right now. His tutorials really help out. If you want some help with modeling a humanoid character, or at least a character of some sort, he is a good guy to start. He's a good guy to start with. His stuff's really helpful. So I wonder what we're gonna do about that ear. Well, ear quote unquote, because it's less of an ear and more like a very small opening of which they hear with. Not even really an opening, it's like a thin membrane and an eardrum that's outside of the ear canal. Something kind of similar to like what you see that sort of thing in like frogs and some lizards. Some lizards. Ah. I can't really see it that well. However, from what I am seeing, it doesn't look half bad. It certainly looks like a teddy bear. Well, it's certainly ahead. It's certainly ahead.
wise to now, as I'm bringing these edges, as I'm extruding these edges down along the back of the head, to begin thinking about how they're going to connect to the front or to the face. So if that edge matches up with that one, maybe this edge matches up with the next one. And maybe this there's another edge there. Now this edge that I've extruded down is a little wide for the character here, so I'm just going to select this center point and
Meh. Maybe it shouldn't be that narrow. Just widen it out. I'm widening out! Huh, not bad. That should be good. That really helps with, like, the whole jawline issue, I suppose. Might need to work on the jawline later. Some more later still, because I'm not sure if that's like a suitable topology for a jawline quite yet. It's all part of the process, friends. It's all part of the process. Okay, gotta pull those out again.
Press.
Thank you. Thank you. Topology is always a little bit difficult, so you gotta really try hard to get it all good and stuff. Having a tutorial on this on the side helps as well. Even as a head, this is still looking like one of my best Peridot yet. Whoa! Let's just give it a temporary... Let's just give it a temporary placeholder color. This is just a placeholder material. It's not going to be the final one. I plan to have it actually have proper subsurface scattering. I think you're spelling it a little wrong. Isn't it like topology? T-O-P? I'll have to check. Okay, yeah, I was correct. It's T-O-P-O-L-O-G-Y. You're one letter off. I actually, speaking of like modeling programs, I actually tried Maya once. Took a animation class and I used Maya. God, is that program difficult to learn. It has a completely it has like a keyboard shortcuts that are so foreign it feels like I'm using a Mac. It's kind of hellish to use. To be perfectly honest. Huh. Despite the errors I've made in the process of making the model sheet, it's actually looking pretty on model. Guess I must have found a good middle ground. You know, so far it's starting to look a little bit like Woe 262's Peridot. I mean, it's slightly less realistically styled, but it sure looks familiar. Especially the nose. The nose matches it. Thank you. Oops. Give me a moment. Somebody on Discord. Lately I've learned that, like, a certain type of... Wait. I think I have to adjust the nose again. Because I'm that, obsessive compulsive about a Peridot's nose. It gotta be if you have to make it look good, you know? I'm gonna try out crease. The crease. I've tried the crease before. It helps out quite a bit. And I'm gonna see if it still holds up with this little lady over here. It looks a little weird. I'm gonna turn it off. Turn it off! The nose is good as the way it is for now. We'll get back to the nose later. This is as good as this nose is as... This is as close to stealth as I get. Noses. Can't live with it. Can't live with them. Can't live without them. Because if you don't have a nose, you can't breathe. You could breathe through your mouth, but nobody would like that. Let's adjust the cheeks some more because it's gone from too round to too flat. Facial profile is always one of the biggest challenges when it comes to, like, a loop mask. I'm gonna move the mouth down, see what happens. I'm a risk taker, a taker of risks. Not too terrible so far. let's just tug this little bugger down. Let's tug this little bugger down. Ugh. Now it looks too much like that. Looks too much like that one guy from Star Wars who built the Death Star. Whatever his name was. I know his actor's dead. Actually, when you tweak it just a little bit, it starts to look better, I guess. Ugh, but then she starts getting jowls. I think I need to make it look a bit less frowny. Maybe we could try something in between. Oh. Okay. Now that's something. That is definitely something. Gonna fix the cheek more a little bit though, because like I see weird lighting artifacts. Uh-huh. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's looking a bit better. Maybe a bit too much definition on the cheeks, so let's just pull the mouth, the corners of the mouth forward again. Yeah, that works. One moment, gotta use the bathroom. back. Sorry about that. I forgot to turn my mic back on. We need to add some depth, to these eyes. Yes. Yes. Until like early last year, I only really learned about the modeling aspect of Blender. Okay, my friend's looking for a suggestion for color palette or something. I gotta help her out. Alright, back to what I was doing.
Shift S, merge the extend down here. Let's go back to the default view and see how it's looking. It's looking a little thin. I think it needs to widen out and curve out a little more on the sides. One thing that I've found is that the default camera of 35 millimeters can be a little bit distorting. What I'm going to do is go to the properties panel here and scroll up to the camera lens under view, and instead of 35 I'm going to change this to 50. And I found that
that's appropriate usage.
To me seems
that's
to
an
work
appropriate
a
use of
better.
the crease modifier.
So for this, I think what I'll do is use the proportional
what I mean?
editing tool. That's right down here. And I think I'm going to... it really doesn't matter if I choose enable or connected.
Get on with it, Darren Lyle. Come on. I need to know how to do the neck. I guess the neck will be covered in the next one.
Be more smooth, rounded, and cartoony. But I think we're ready to go ahead and work on the neck here. So
Okay.
I'm going to switch over to my character model.
I do believe this is the part where I switch over to that other tutorial. Female modeling reference tutorial. Oh, there we go. Hello there. I'm looking for a specific tutorial. Where is it? I remember this one particular tutorial that really helped me out, but I cannot find it. I think I found it. Yes, it's the CG cookie one.
Hello everyone, and welcome back to this long-awaited next part. Bottom of the head, maybe add a good. Sliding it in closer, I'm going to deselect this side by hitting B and then middle head, and I'm going to check out my starting at the forehead.
Seen it, seen it, seen it. Alright, neck topology. This is where we want to be. Alright.
Hello, and welcome back to part 8 of this video tutorial series from LunarCookie.com on modeling the female body. We've got the head all modeled and we're ready to move on to the neck. So I'd like to start today by breaking down the neck into kind of its simple forms to help you understand how the neck is constructed. If we just take a look at our head here, we're pretty much ready to just model in the neck. So let's start off here. Using the grease pencil tool, I'm going to help illustrate kind of how the neck is constructed. First off, from the front view, the neck is basically a cylinder that starts behind the ears and just goes practically straight down, something about like that. Then from the side view, it's quite similar, but the neck is, again, just a cylinder of sorts that starts at a slight angle from right about here, goes back, and then from just at the base of the skull, goes back at the same angle, something like this. And then that cylinder is then cut in half into two triangles by the sternomastoid muscles that connect just behind the ear and then go down to the front of the neck. And so that's basically the construction of the neck and kind of understanding it, where the front of the neck, we've got the trachea and such, and then the line going straight down through the center of it is our sternomastoid muscles, and then we have the trapezius muscles starting at the base of the skull and coming out, going down, and then starting here at about 1/3 from the bottom, they go out like this. Okay, so that's basically the construction of the neck that we're looking for. So let's go ahead and remove this layer and bring back our references here. Bring these in, and you can kind of see how this is going to be constructed.
Okay.
Note that due to the camera angle, her head is a little closer than the neck, and so really on here, this neck should be out. Select, go in here, and we'll grab these two vertices, and we'll just extrude, or actually let's grab these three, and we're going to start by just selecting them, hitting E to extrude, take it all the way out.
Ah, yes.
Down, hit 1 to go to front view. Let's rotate this around the Z-axis such that it's facing the 3D view, or the front view, something like that. We'll also hit S and Z to scale it down along the Z-axis just to flatten it out. And they come in to right about here where they meet. Oops, undo that. I didn't want to meet completely. But they come right into the center and meet just in between the clavicles right in here. Alright,
The
that then
clavicles.
kind of separates our neck. We can then do the same thing by grabbing these two vertices here on the front. We'll extrude them straight down to the base of the neck, right about in there. And we'll do the same thing along the back of the neck, about like that. Okay, so that gives us then our three basic edges. So we have the cylinder along the back, cylinder along the front, and the sternomastoid cutting them directly in half. What I can then do is kind of look at how these are created. I want to connect these ones first, just start kind of connecting the pieces. So let's grab this vertex. We'll pull it in a little bit. And let's actually just go ahead and merge these two vertices together. Or, well, actually, no, let's not do that just yet. Instead, let's start by adding in two edge loops here. So then our three basic edges. So we have the cylinder along the back, cylinder along the front, and the sternomastoid cutting them directly in half. What I can then do is kind of look at how these are created. I want to connect these ones first, just start kind of connecting the pieces. So let's grab this vertex, we'll pull it in a little bit, and let's actually just go ahead and merge these two vertices together. Or, well, actually, no, let's not do that just yet.
Okay.
Instead, let's start by adding in two edge loops here. So we'll hit Control R, or scroll up on the mouse wheel, or hit Page Up once. Then we'll left click, and then let's just pull that in, which gives us this slight arc to the neck. We can then do the same thing by adding in two edge loops that then will match that. By hitting Control R, one there, and another one there. Looks good. We can then just select those four vertices, hit F to fill in a face, and what this is doing is starting to help kind of connect the pieces of what our neck is going to look like. We'll then do the same thing by adding in one here and one here, which then we can pull back to fit the shape of the neck, and we will connect these as well. Now, obviously these ones are going to need a bit more work, and so you can see that we need to add in some extra vertices there to work with. So let's add in one more loop right in here. We'll move it slightly back towards the back.
Well, this is certainly starting to look like a neck. That's for sure.
Position it, hit 1 to go to front view, and then let's just pull this toward 1. But this is, we can Control R, 1 there, and let's roll up by
Oh, I missed one of these, just one step.
And we'll just extrude them. Then the center down the neck, right about in there, and we'll do the same thing along the back of the neck, about like that. Okay, so that gives us then our three basic edges. So we have the cylinder along the back, cylinder along the front, and the sternomastoid cutting them directly in half. What I can then do is kind of look at how these are created. I want to connect these ones first, just start kind of connecting the pieces. So let's grab this vertex, we'll pull it in a little bit, and let's actually just go ahead and merge these two vertices together. Or, well, actually, no, let's not do that just yet. Instead, let's start by adding in two edge loops here. So we'll hit which then we can pull back to fit the shape of the neck, and we will connect these as well. Now, obviously these ones are going to need a bit more work, and so you can see that we need to add in some extra vertices there to work with. So let's add in one more loop right in here. We'll move it slightly back towards the back, position it, hit 1 to go to front view, and then let's just pull this straight out and rotate it to then give us the basis of the neck here. Okay, we're not going to go out too far just yet, but that ought to give us a good idea of kind of what we're working with. We can then select this vertex, and let's just then select this one up here. You know, this may not be correct, but we'll just grab this one to start, and we're going to hit F to then fill in an edge, and we'll hit W and subdivide. The point of this then is to then just pull this down, and again helps us kind of understand how things maybe are going to connect. And you can notice that already, if we just hide our references, we already have the basis of our neck that actually looks pretty darn good already. So even just now, we're going to leave the references off, and let's just start filling in our topology. Because what I've done by setting up first this one, and this one, and then connecting them with this one particularly in the center, I've already set up our anatomy.
Williamson.
And you know, while we're not working with the individual muscles as far as getting all the detail in there, we now have the topology that we can lay out the surface and then adjust the surface as needed to fit the form and recreate the neck muscles and such. And so already I've got my neck, you know, 75% done. The rest is now just kind of filling in the surface and then tweaking appropriately. So let's start kind of looking at this and seeing how we can connect it. Well, since we have this vertex here just kind of out in the open, let's add in another loop here, which then we'll pull down to kind of match this arc. And we'll add in another one right about here, so that then we can just easily fill in this hole. That gets us a long way towards completing it. So now let's maybe focus on this hole first, which we can see if we just add in a and we'll add in another one right about here, so that then we can just easily fill in this hole. That gets us a long way towards completing it. So now let's maybe focus on this hole first, which we can see if we just add in a loop right like that, and like that, with maybe this one. We'll pull out a little bit in both directions along the X and the Y. We can then just fill in that face, and fill in that face, so we just select all four, hit F, and fill. We can then maybe grab these vertices, we'll pull them out a little bit along the y-axis, which helps put in some of the trapezius muscles there. Okay, and then we can fill in this face and this face, and just like that, we filled in the back of the neck basically. You know, yes, we'll be adding in more loops and such through here that we'll be working with, but very quickly we've put in the majority of our topology. Let's do the same thing here in the front. Let's just select these. We'll fill in a face, and you'll immediately notice that it didn't fill correctly and it's actually twisted down the center. Well, that's just because these are not positioned as such and Blender's not able to detect a single polygon. So we can just grab this, say,
Oops.
from the side view then.
Didn't mean to click
We can just
play.
pull it in along the y-axis, kind of even these out, bring them a little closer to flat, and then fill that, and now it fills just fine. And already, by having set up that topology in advance, you know, kind of the key loops, our neck is really just sort of coming together. And so, you know, treating it like this really gives us the advantage of letting Blender kind of do a lot of the work for us. And if we set it up correctly in advance, then all of the anatomy and all that kind of stuff just sort of falls into place. I didn't notice cheekbone here has a slight problem. Just needs a little more volume
Oh shit. Lower lip
in
got
here.
screwed over. There we go.
Okay, we'll work with that all more later.
Don't know how that happened,
Okay,
but
you know,
we
we're
fixed
gonna
it.
do a tweak session where we'll go in and kind of look at everything that we've done on the head and adjust it any way that we can. And so, you know, if there's anything that's on the head that's really just bothering you and you're thinking, Jonathan, fix that problem, for goodness sake, don't worry about it, we will. You know, we'll do a tweak session where we'll go in and, like I said, just kind of fix anything that we see. We can make adjust the expression, we can adjust the shape of the eyes, the shape of the lips, anything that we want to make it look more like the thinking, Jonathan, fix that problem, for goodness sake, don't worry about it, we will. You know, we'll do a tweak session where we'll go in and, like I said, just kind of fix anything that we see. We can make adjust the expression, we can adjust the shape of the eyes, the shape of the lips, anything that we want to make it look more like the reference, more realistic, you name it. You know, we can kind of just choose, pick and choose as we go to determine what we need to do to make everything look a little better. So, we can ignore kind of the intricacies of the face for the time being. Getting back, we can want to go ahead and fill in this area now, which you may notice is probably going to be a bit more complex. So let's break it down and kind of simplify it. First, we have this main loop that's just hanging out in the open that we know needs to connect somewhere. And if we look at it from the side view, we can see that these two vertices line up really well. So let's just say screw it, we don't care how the rest is going to be connected just yet, we don't know. So let's just fill that. That'll make it super easy to then just kind of start filling in the holes. Particularly, if we then, you know, say, let's
That
focus on
looks
this area
not
first.
so
You
bad.
can see we have 3 vertices down here, and we have 5 vertices up here. So we need 2 more through here. Well, if we add in a loop like this, which actually
2
helps
more.
square out these faces, we can then scale it in along Alt-S. Just
2 more. He said 2 more. That's funny. Hee hee hee. Uh-oh. I think I got a 2 more. $69 views. That's the current view count of the stream right now. 69. I'm sorry, I couldn't help but point that out. It's just idiotically funny to me. Thank you. Thank you. I was actually, if it weren't for this tutorial from CG Cookie, I wouldn't have done it well. Yeah, I'm gonna take a little bit of a risk here and actually sorta. Alright, I'll be right back. I need to go vacuum downstairs and make a coffee. And maybe make myself some lunch as well. So I'll be back in a bit. Alright. Hey, stupids, get Zeus back! Sorry for such a long wait. It takes a bit longer than you'd think it might. I had to take care of a good number of responsibilities before I could do anything else. Now we can resume whatever we were doing.
Just the tiniest bit to even out the slope on these by adding in that single loop that has squared up these polygons, which gives us a better surface anyway, and allows us to kind of connect things. And so now we can say, okay, this connects very nicely, and this connects very nicely. Fantastic. Well, then we just need one more loop right in here, and now all of that connects very nicely, leaving us with a single loop right through there, which is exactly what we want, because you can see from around the ear, we've got several loops right in here. Show this so you can see it. We've got several.
Alright, pause that right there. Now for the ER. What is it?
loops in here that we're going to need to connect. And so we need to have, build this indentation right around here, which is actually the edges. You know, this is all cartilage right in here. And so this is then the line basically between the muscles and the cartilage that you're seeing. And you can see it particularly in the wrinkles where it's coming down, it goes in just slightly, and then comes back out. It's kind of a hint of that surface. And so we want to replicate that just a little bit. So we'll take these ones, pull them back a little bit, pull them in just a little. And that will help kind of replicate that form. Okay, we'll make sure that this is nice and smooth in here. Just like we use it, W smooth.
Sorry, got a bit of a
just a little
phlegmy cough going on.
Okay, that looks really good. But notice that her jawbone is fairly well defined, whereas right now in our model it's not quite as well. So let's go in here. Let's grab these. We'll pull them out just a bit more. Pull this out. Pull this out. Put that in. Just defining it a little bit more. Okay, I'm going to make sure that the jawbone is nice and round, and so let's maybe take this in a bit more. Take this in a bit more. Okay, you know, we've got a slight indication of the sternomastoid muscles. Okay, I'm going to select this loop, and I want to just hit Control E, edge slide, then I'll deselect this side. I just want to even out the distribution from here to here. Which right
Bit
now
of a
is kind
funny
short
hypothetical,
and long.
but what would you do
that.
if you were put into a
Control E,
peach?
edge slide, bring that down, deselect these like that. Take those ones down a little bit more. That looks really good. Speed up a bit.
Oh
Okay,
shit!
that all looks fairly
Something
good.
wrong with the cheek there. I could tell. My spidey senses are tingling, man.
To notice one thing on the lips right now, the corner of the lips, you know, just little things right now that we can tweak as we go along. Right now, this little divot is very smooth on her, whereas the reference is a little bit more of a peak.
I have an
And
eye
that's
for
actually a
that
little
sort of
trick
thing.
Or a little note on
Here we go.
on women is that this peak here almost makes a heart, where then it comes around to here. In here, it's not, or less surface muscle.
Upper torso. Oh, this part's pretty challenging, actually.
Hello and welcome back to this next part in the female body modeling series from BlenderCookie.com. My name is Jonathan Williamson, and in this part we're going to begin laying out the topology for the torso of the body. We finished off the head in the previous section, and you'll notice that I've gone ahead and set up our background images from the reference collection. I went ahead and just set these up beforehand because it's using the same, basically just load them in on an empty and then scale and move to fit. The two main things that I've been using to determine the scale on this, for one, is the actual...
Okay, skip forward, skibbity, skibbity, skoo, skibbity, skibbity, skoo. Oh, I'm missing something. Forgot about this part of the shoulder. Silly old me, always forgetting things. Silly old stupid, dumb, fat and ugly me. Oh, stupid, silly, dumb, retarded old me.
Here. And then I'm just going to drag these in a little bit. Just bring down the neck.
I have a bit of
subtle
a
radius.
Yeah, the
And you can
torso.
adjust the
As
radius with
simple as
your,
the torso
either your
sound, you
scroll
might be
wheel,
thinking, "Oh yeah, the torso
or
is
your
it's
page up
just a
and page.
simple little tube." Am I right? It's just a tube. Well, not really. There's like a lot of stuff going on in the torso. A lot more than you might think. Like for example, you have to define the clavicles. You have to define the scapulae at the back. You know, these two little shelves of bone. In the context of a peridot, I don't know if I should use bone as the right word because like they don't have bones. They just don't, man. They're light. You don't need bones if you have light. Light is better than bones. You can break your bones, but you can't break the light. The fact that their bodies are projections is just enough skeletal support for them. You know? I wish my body was a freaking illusion. Then I wouldn't be able to feel pain in my hip. My hip's been hurting a lot lately. I don't know why. Maybe I'm just turning 40 early. I'm only like 20 years old. I'm already getting hip pain. It hasn't started since I stopped walking. Because like I had to for a while I was like in a little bit of fear over the coronavirus sort of thing going on, so I stayed inside for a couple of days and now my hip hurts. so I'm like screw that, I'm going back to walking.
Down keys on your keyboard. So then with stating, not the head, because here now you need the neck muscles and such, but it's basically a straight line from right behind the ear to just above the collarbones. And so we want to be sure that we get that. You know, the more muscular the person's neck, the further it comes out and arcs out. But since this is just this woman has a very average build, and we don't want to have it, have her crazy muscular or anything like that.
All right.
Okay, that ought to be a fairly good start. We can always adjust further as we go along. That tweaked, I think we're ready to start laying down the topology. We can adjust the neck a little bit more as we go along and start doing some fine-tuning. As with everything, in this entire process, we're definitely going to be doing our fair share of tweaking once we get all the modeling in place. And so, if you do see anything along the ways where like, wow, that, the eyebrow line feels way off, those are the kinds of things that will definitely be taken care of once we've got the model in place. But particularly with, something as complex as the entire human body, it's sometimes, for at least within my workflow, I find it more beneficial to model everything to, look and get it to where I'm decently happy with it.
Look, I like you and all, but this is just banter at this point. Come on,
the
I want to hear
of
like
the upper torso. And
get on with
it. Laying down the topology of the shoulder area.
Get
right
on with
We're
it.
going to be sending a line straight down the middle of the torso, around the breast.
Okay. Where do we start? Okay, that's just an edge loop for the boob. But I'm not doing boobs. This thing does not have boobies, okay? So I'm going to skip that edge loop
Line
part.
of the breast to position to right here. If I had I'm going to bring in a little, just a bit, fairly the entire. So the okay.
Then again,
Yeah.
if he says is important, then I might as well add one. But I'm going to pretend like it's not a boobie. I'm going to pretend like it's just a pectoral muscle, I guess.
About lit up enough. We're in there. Just take wires tap. Hit A down until we're going to align it to view, and then let's just take the radius way down until it's right about the right size, just somewhere in there. And to keep things simple, let's go ahead and set this to just be 12 vertices. That ought to be
Okay, 12 vertices. Yes. 12 vertices. 0.056. Yes, that'll do. Keep in mind, these won't become titties. They'll just become little chestulons, I guess. I'm just gonna call them chestuloids.
be more than enough.
Ah, yes, there we go. That's like a... What kind of cup size would you consider that to be? I guess that would be... a solid A minus.
For what we're doing right
Perhaps
now.
less than that.
And then we can get out of there. Let's scale it up just a little. We can go and turn
No,
off
no. I give that a solid B minus.
the proportional editing tool. And now we'll just move it about like this. We just basically want to circle the line of the breast like this. And then from the side view, we can go ahead and we want to position it something like this as far as the general shape and direction. So what I'm going to do, rather than rotating it, which would then make it smaller from the top view, instead I'm going to use the shear tool. The shear tool, if you just hit the space
Hey,
bar,
why didn't
type
I
in
do
shear,
that?
you can find it. It's Control Shift Control Alt S, and it only works from left to right. And so if the circle had to be rotated like this, you would need to rotate your view around until you were something like this, which you can snap it to any increment of 15 degrees
Get
while
out here.
rotating around by holding
There
down
we
the
go.
Alt key after you rotate. But in this case, we can just go
Yeah.
right to the side, hit Control Alt Shift and S,
I burped.
and then we can just shear it over
Sorry.
like this. We'll go something like that, and then we can move it back and rotate it in a little bit. Then I'm going to turn my proportional editing tool back on, and I'm going to grab this side vertex.
The chests of gems are a very touchy subject, I gotta say.
And we're just
There's evidence to support that some do have like something resembling a breast form. However, at the same time, there are a number of gem types that clearly don't have breast forms at all. So it's a very complicated subject for sure. But personally, in the case of Peridots, I think they probably just have really flat, planar chests.
going to pull it back like this. Again, we're just going right around the edge of the tissue. Bring in a little bit on the front, and we can bring it in just a little bit. We'll bring it up just a bit,
Giving
along
them
the
a
top,
somewhat more
and in
androgynous
along the
appearance
sides,
in general.
and that ought to be fairly good. Okay, let's turn off the proportional editing, and we're going to Alt-right click on this edge to select the entire edge loop. We're going to hit E to extrude, right click, so that we immediately just cancel the extrusion, or cancel the movement of the extrusion, and now we can just hit S to scale this down, and we'll just go about like that. All we want to do is we're not actually modeling the breast yet. We just want to get in the topology for that. And so when I start laying down topology, I like to work with it basically a face loop at a time, such that we have, you know, a set of faces. There'll be, you know, a set of faces right through here, you know, something like this. There'll be a set of faces through there and through here. And so this just allows us to really kind of make sure that we know exactly where things are going, how it is, etc. So that gives us the basic shape. You know, we want to get things in the right direction, but we don't
What the
necessarily
hell,
care
I'll
about
just
making it exact yet.
do it.
You know, we'll save that for later on.
No, not bad
All right.
press. I
So
mean,
now let's
just
start by
fill it
doing
out,
this one
despite
here.
what the guy's
This one
saying.
I'm going to bring just down like this, and then it's going to go under the arm and back up on the other side. So let's just actually extrude it from here.
That looks a bit weird, so
So I'm just going to shift
let's
D,
just
duplicate this
assume that a
vertex,
nipple is there.
move it over like
And
this,
just move it down
and
a
then I'm
little
going
bit.
to hit E.
We're not going to
extrude.
add a nipple, though.
And then I'm
gems
just going
do
to
not
quickly
have
extrude
that.
it. Actually, I'm just going to extrude it by control
As far
left
as we
clicking,
know.
and we're just going to go like this a couple of
No,
times.
no, they definitely don't have
Bring it
those.
down.
Rebecca says
And
so.
now let's go ahead, and you'll notice that I put in
They don't have
a
nippies.
vertex there, and a vertex there. And let me go ahead and
This is just for the sake of
tone down the
topology.
opacity of the grease pencil so you can start to see things a little bit more clearly. Alright, now that we've done that, from the side view, let's move back and start positioning these. So
Okay.
these first two, I'll grab those, and then move these
Maybe I
up,
should shear it
forward.
just a little more.
Grab these ones, move them forward, and go ahead and rotate this back. You know, again, I'm not making this exactly accurate, but I do want it to, you know,
Shear.
fit to the body.
There
So
we
just
go.
rotate these, pull this down, something like that.
Ah, crap, I missed something.
Here. So I'm just going to Shift D to duplicate this vertex, move it over like this.
Okay. Oh. Dupe.
So I'm just going to Shift D to duplicate this vertex, move it over like this, and then I'm going to hit E to extrude, and then I'm just going
Wait. Normal. Okay.
to quickly extrude it. Actually, I'm just going to extrude it by control left clicking, and we're just going to go like this a couple of times. Bring it down, and now let's go ahead, and you'll notice that I put in a vertex there, and a vertex there. And let me go ahead and
One.
hit E to extrude, and then I'm just going to quickly extrude it. Actually, I'm just going to extrude it by control left clicking, and we're just going to go like this a couple of times. Bring it down, and now let's go ahead, and you'll notice that I put in a vertex there, and a vertex there. And let me go ahead and tone down the opacity of the grease pencil so you can start to see things a little bit more clearly. All right.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ah! Let's give this a bit more space.
Now that we've done that, from the side view, let's move back and start positioning these. So these first two, I'll grab those, and then move these up, forward, grab these ones, move them forward, go ahead and rotate this back. You know, again, I'm not making this exactly accurate, but I do want it to, you know, fit to the body. Just rotate that. Okay, I'll rotate this from the side view. And the main thing that I'm doing as far as laying down this topology is I'm controlling where, my muscle structure is going. So right in here, we've got the muscles of the shoulder, and then we've got
Shade smooth.
okay, I'll rotate this from the side view. And the main thing that I'm doing as far as laying down this topology is I'm controlling where, my muscle structure is going. So right in here, we've got the muscles of the shoulder, and then we've got the pectoral muscles underneath the breast tissue.
Did you
And
just
so we
say
want to be able to
pictorial?
separate those two while
You
still
dummy.
allowing us to get the mesh in there that will allow for good
Just kidding, I
deformation
love you,
within
baby.
the mesh once we go to animating or animation. And a lot of this is, as far as the actual structure, is just practice and kind of knowing what works, what doesn't. But the main thing, one of the main, I think, fundamental rules of sorts in topology that I've come up with is to always, anytime you have a major detail, whether that is a shoulder muscle, whether that is breast tissue, whether that is right around the mouth, or even on mechanical models, you always want a face loop, as in two adjacent edge loops that are connected by faces. You always want a face loop outlining that major detail. So we have our face loop right around the breast.
Yes.
We have our face loop coming in around the shoulder muscle, which you'll notice is also arced like this, which is following the general flow of the underlying pectoral muscles.
Pictorial.
Let's see. We'll also have these ones here. So again, it's all following the cylindrical shape of the arm as it attaches to the rest of the body. So just those kinds of things allow us to get not only a much better mesh, but also a much better mesh as far as animation is concerned that will deform much better. So moving on, let's go ahead and extrude this. I'm just going to extrude once to the center of the arm approximately, and then another one to the back side of the arm. And then let's just send this right around. And I'm just kind of arbitrarily extruding this to fit.
One, two, three, four.
And I'm just kind of arbitrarily extruding this to fit. Go. Even though I don't have the back view loaded in here, we can kind of position it approximately the same as the front view. Say something like this. This is kind of following the shoulder blade. There we go. And then we'll extrude one more time. And I'm just the shoulder blade. There we go. And then we'll extrude one more time. And I'm just positioning these, by using the rotate and scale and such. And then I will fill that in right there. Okay, so that gives me that loop connecting all the way around, which not only is it going to allow me to that loop
1, 2, 3, 4,
loop connect
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100, 101, 102, 103, 104, 105, 106, 107, 108, 109, 110, 111, 112, 113, 114, 115, 116, 117, 118, 119, 120, 121, 122, 123, 124, 125, 126, 127, 128, 1 That's good. That's the number I'm looking for. That's the magic number. 11's truly the loneliest number.
Connecting all the way around, which not only is it going to allow me to, extrude this out to then form the arm muscles and things like that, it's also going to allow me to, create any kind of folds right in here as the arm bends and such. And so this is definitely a key part of the topology. So there's that loop. The next loop that I want to add is right around the arm. This one's going to be pretty easy. I'm just going to position my 3D cursor from both sides. I'm going to hit Shift A, add in a circle. I'm going to hit F6. I'm going to change that count down to 12. And then I'm going to align it to my view. And then I'll simply scale it down like this. Maybe I'll rotate around such that this flat side is roughly parallel with that flat side. Something like this. Parallel down to from both 12, and then I'm going to align it to my x-axis. I'm going to bring this right up to about there. From the side view then, scale it as appropriate, as needed, just to fit the general shape of the arm. And then I will just extrude this out once, about like that. Shape of the arm. And then I will just extrude this out once.
Okay, time to shear.
About like that. In the dots. So primary components, let's go ahead now. Just to fit the general shape of the arm. And then I will just extrude this out once, about like that. And let that be the main topology of the arm. Okay, so there is the primary components. Let's go ahead now and start connecting the dots. So first things first is let's connect these ones right here. So that just connect or select those four, hit F to fill in a face. I can select these ones and these ones. Fill those in. Maybe adjust a few polys as I go. Okay. Then I can go ahead and start filling in these bottom.
Oops. I'm gonna remove those for now, so that way topology can be easier.
Okay. Then I can go ahead and start filling in these bottom ones initially, which I can see, and
Ah,
then back just a little
fiddly
once, about like that, and let that be the main topology of the arm. Okay, so there is the primary components. Let's go ahead now and start connecting the dots. So first things first is let's connect these ones
Okay.
right here. So that just connect or select those four, hit F to fill in a face. I can select these ones and these ones, fill those in, maybe adjust a few polys as I go. Okay, then I can go ahead and start filling in these bottom ones initially, which I can see, I really ought to maybe just go ahead and have another edge loop right in here such that this edge will connect with an edge here. So let's add in another edge loop right about like that. Scale this, move that down, rotate this around, move it over just to kind of smooth out those transitions. Okay, and I know that the background images can be a little distracting, so let's go in and let's just turn the opacity down on these. We'll just turn them both down like that. There we go. This way we can see our mesh a little bit more clearly. Now that we've made use of all our grease pencil strokes, let's go ahead and just delete the frame there so we can just remove all of those. And now from the side view, I can select this edge and this edge, fill that in. So again, I'm just kind of connecting the dots as far as things that immediately line up and that makes sense that, okay, this will connect here, no problem. So then those connect. And then you can see that, for the rest of this to connect, I really need to fill this in now. So let's go ahead and do just that. Let's just grab this top line here, and I'm going to then just select this edge. I'm going to fill those together, and then I can simply just go and add in 3 edge loops by hitting Control-R and then scroll. I'm going to fill those together, and then I can simply just go and I'm going to then just select this edge. I'm going to fill those together.
All right.
then I can simply just go and add in 3 edge loops by hitting Control R and then scroll up, or use my page up and connect. And this is bottom ones initially, which I can see, I really ought to maybe just go ahead and have another edge loop right in here, such that this edge will connect with an edge here. So let's add in another edge loop right about like that. Scale it, move that down, rotate this around, move it over, just to kind of smooth out those transitions. Okay, and I know that the background images can be a little distracting, so let's go in and let's just turn the opacity down on these. We'll just turn them both down like that. There we go. This way we can see our mesh a little bit more clearly. Now that we've made use of all our grease pencil strokes, let's go ahead and just delete the frame there so that we can just remove all of those. And now from the side view, I can select this edge and this edge, fill that in. So again, I'm just kind of connecting the dots as far as things that immediately line up. And these bottom ones initially, which I can see, I really ought to maybe just go ahead and have another edge loop right in here, such that this edge will connect with an edge here. So let's add in another edge loop right about like that. Scale it, move that down, rotate this around, move it over, just to kind of smooth out those transitions. Okay, and I know that the background images can be a little distracting, so let's go in and let's just turn the opacity down on these. We'll just turn them both down like that. There we go. This way we can see our mesh a little bit more clearly. Now that we've made use of all our grease pencil strokes, let's go ahead and just delete the frame there so that we can just remove all of those. And now from the side view, I can select this edge and this edge, fill that in. So again, I'm just kind of connecting the dots as far as things that immediately line up and that makes sense. That, okay, this will connect here, no problem. So then those connect, and then you can see that, for the rest of this to connect, I really need to fill this in now. So let's go ahead and do just that. Let's just grab this top line here, and I'm going to then just select this edge. I'm going to fill those together, and then I can simply just go and add in 3 edge loops by hitting Control R and then scroll up, or use my page up and page down keys, and left click. And then I can move these up about there, move the center one up there, and that just fits in the shoulder very nicely. And you can already see how all of a sudden the body is coming together on the character. Very little work so far as planning, okay, this is how the structure is going to go. It's just by outlining all those major muscle shapes, it's become very easy to see, oh, I can totally see how that's a torso. I can understand, how that's starting to connect. And this is one of the reasons that I like to use edge-by-edge modeling versus, say, box modeling, because it allows you to do this very easily. Go ahead and just hide all of these extras that I just unhid. There we go. So let's go ahead and connect this a little further. Let's extrude this right into the center. But before we do that, we can re-enable clipping on our modifier. We'll just extrude that over and then move it in, something like that. We can go ahead and then select this, select that, hit F to fill in an edge or a vertex there. We can see maybe we want to pull the neck back just a little bit, that in there. Understanding that, you know, we're not matching this neck exactly because that was set to the head. You know, if we were to match this one exactly, then we would need to move our entire head to match that one. And so we're just using a collection of reference images to get something that feels about right. And then once we're all done with that, we'll go in and look at the entire thing as a whole and see where we need to adjust things. You know, do we need to adjust the neck? Do we need to adjust the body? Do we need to adjust how the head sits on the neck? You know, all of those kinds of things can come about once we finish the primary model. Just smoothing out a little bit there that I wasn't a big fan of. There we go. Okay, so now let's start, again, continuing to connect the dots. I can see that this edge here, you know, just following kind of the path that it's going would fit very nicely if we just bring this around here. And that also will help outline the clavicle right in here that we have. So let's just take this vertex. Let's extrude it out, say once to there, once to there, and then once to right there. And then let's go ahead and just extrude this down. We can then bring it out. And we can see that we need to bring all of these out. Extrude this down. We can then bring it out. And we can see that we need to bring all of these out. So we'll pull that out to there, out to there. Just kind of position these where we think they should go. We can then fill that. We can hit Control in. You'll notice we're getting a black spot here, so we'll hit Control in, recalculate the normals there. And then we can go ahead and just extrude this up like this. And then once more for the
there we go.
like this. And then once more for the actual clavicle. And we're just going to kind of, you know, just put that small bit there so that we know that, hey, we're going to need to increase the mesh topology right in here. But we don't know exactly how we want to do that. So by just extruding this a couple times, we can just basically make a mental note to ourselves that, hey, we're going to need to fix this. You know, we'll come back to it at a later point. Since I also extruded this edge in, let's actually go ahead and remove this edge that I added in earlier. So we'll just hit X, delete the edge. There we go. We can see that we want to connect this right here, which that's fine. But then we get a triangle here, but, you know, we get a triangle here. So we could go ahead and just select this edge to merge it down to here. but then we wouldn't have much topology in here. So instead, let's go and just add in another edge here by selecting this edge, hitting V, which will rip it apart. We can move that down, move this up, and fill that, which then we could go ahead and take this vertex, extrude it in,
I feel like I'm missing something that's in the tutorial. Feels like I'm missing a single edge loop. man, that required a lot of tweaking right there just to make it match the thing. Wow, that was difficult. Oh, shit.
Is because there, and then you know, we'll come back to it at a later.
Wow. Alright, I'll be right back. I need to brush my teeth. Be back in just a minute. Hello! I'm back. Let's get back to the thing. Shall we?
Later point.
Alright.
Since I also extruded this edge in, let's actually go ahead and remove this edge that I added in earlier. So we'll just hit X, delete the edge. There we go. We can see that we want to connect this right here, which that's fine. But then we get a triangle here, but we get a triangle here, so we could go ahead and just select this edge loop, merge it down to here, but then we wouldn't have much topology in here. So instead, let's go and just add in another edge here by selecting this edge, hitting V, which will rip it apart. We can move that down, move this up, and fill that, which then we could go ahead and take this vertex, extrude it in, fill this, and then fill this. That works well. Okay. Go in, fill this, and then fill this.
I got it! Alright.
That works well. Okay. Go in, adjust that edge there. Bring these.
Ah, there we go. There we go. We're getting somewhere, I think. Maybe.
In. Just trying to get, a nice kind of smooth transition of approximately what I think this is going to be shaped like, but, really I don't know yet, so let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. Let's go and start connecting these areas like this. So maybe the first step is maybe just go ahead and slide this along just a little bit, select it, then hit Control E, edge slide, bring it over. Same thing here. That works. And I can see that this will connect with that, so I'll go ahead and fill that. And then between here and here, I can see that, well, we've got 1, 2, 3 vertices, or 3 different edges that are, need to connect in there. So let's just add in 3 edge loops and bring this out and bring this out and this one a little bit. And I can go ahead and just fill in these gaps. Oh, got an extra one in there. There we go. Fill those. That. You can see that we've got an extra vertex right here, so let's just add an edge loop all the way along there, which then allows us to select these 4, fill it, these 4, and fill it, and there we go. That gives us the arm right in there, and you can already start to see how it's kind of coming together very nicely and giving us this kind of natural shape. If we want to just isolate it, get rid of the background images without having to hide anything, we can just select the body and hit numpad/, which will go into local view and allow us to see just the mesh. And you can kind of see that this is starting to look pretty good already. We're definitely getting a very body-like form in there. So we can hit numpad/ again to get out of there. And then we can start filling in these areas, which, since we have 2 here, we're probably going to need another one up here. So let's add in an edge loop. And we'll bring this one over a little bit. And we can go ahead and just select these, hit F, fill a face, then say add in 3 edge loops there. hit W and smooth these a couple of times, kind of bring them out. And then we can start filling in these holes, just like this. And we know that we're probably going to need to, terminate a few of these somewhere along the line so that we, stop getting so many up here. So let's go ahead and look at doing that now. And what I would like to do is, since we have this kind of muscle flow coming up like this, is I would like to have this edge keep going, just fill in like that. And so if I now just assume that that's how it's going to work, such that I have this face loop coming through, along with this face loop coming through, then I know that I need to find a way to just merge all of these together. One way to do it would be, now that I've done that, is I now actually have a quad right there that I could fill in, but that still feels a little bit messy. So let's see what happens if we just select these three and hit W, merge at center. Well, then that gives me this, which allows me to just pull this vertex down, select these, hit F, merge them together, and now what I have is this very nice flow of this edge loop coming down, going over the shoulder, this one going up and over the shoulder, this one coming through and up and over the shoulder. So that works really well all around, gives me a nice clean result, gives me a good clean topology, makes it really easy to work with, and yeah, I like how that's working. Okay, let's bring some of these out just a little bit. Perfect. Okay, let's go ahead and move on. We're not going to worry about this area just yet. There's definitely some detail area that I won't want to mess with just yet, because we're still working with some of the topology. So now let's go ahead and just do one more thing, which is simply connect. Well, actually, you know what?
Okay.
We're making pretty good progress, but one thing I want to do, I want to take the sides of the breast here and take them all the way back.
I really
around
hope
the
I
back.
don't
So what I'm
get
gonna do is I'm
copyright
just going to extrude this
striked
a
by
couple times.
listening to this
From the side here,
tutorial
just extrude this
on stream.
straight back
I mean, I
to
did
the-
say who
basically
the
what would be the
streamer,
corner of
who
the
this
back,
guy is, so
right
maybe
there.
not. Maybe I won't get
and
struck.
then I'm also going to extrude it all the way then into the center. And what
missing one loop. That explains it.
Well, actually, you know what? We're making pretty good progress, but one thing I want to do is I want to take the sides of the breast here and take them all the way back and around the back. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to extrude this a couple times from the side here. Just extrude this straight back to the, basically what would be the corner of the back, right in there. And then I'm also going to extrude it all the way then into the center. And what this then allows me to do is
I
basically
may have
just
botched
create
somewhere,
those starting
but I'm just going to
points
keep rolling
such
with
that
it.
now, if I go into local view, again by hitting numpad / you can see exactly what I have. It's just that, you know, I could go ahead and easily add in an edge loop here, bring it out along the y-axis. I could then just connect these together and immediately see, oh, well, I've got 2 edge loops here and here, so let's just add in.
Go.
And bring it out along the y. See exactly what I such that now what this then I'm also going to extrude it all the way then into the center. And what this then allows me to do is basically just create those starting points such that now if I go into local view, again by hitting numpad / you can see exactly what I have. It's just that, you know, I could go ahead and easily add in an edge loop here, bring it out along the y-axis. I could then just connect these together and immediately see, oh, well, I've got 2 edge loops here and here, so let's just add in those said 2 edge loops, pull them back, pull these back here, just kind of work with my shape a little bit, and in no time at all I immediately start filling in those giant empty gaps that were very scary.
Okay. What is this? Hello? Back door? Door? Okay, I'll be down. I'm back. I had to let my brother in. Now back to what we were doing.
Beforehand. So this again is one of the reasons I like this kind of modeling process. You know, I can even just fill in this, then I can fill in that. Oh, I can't do this one just yet. I really need another edge loop coming down here, but that's okay because I need more for more detail anyway. So let's add in an edge loop. I can bring these more modeling hand, filling in those giant.
Oh wait, I think we missed a little step here.
Empty gaps that were very scary beforehand. So this again is one of the reasons I like this kind of modeling process. You know, I can even just fill in this, then I can fill in that. Oh, I can't do this one just yet. I really need another edge loop coming down here, but that's okay because I need more for more detail anyway. So let's add in an edge loop. Bring these back then just a little bit to get my shoulder blade through there. Just fill that, and I can fill that. So that works well. You know, I might need to add in, say, and I can fill that. So that works well. You know, I might need to add in, say, I might need a little bit more topology right in here at some point, but for the time being, I think this will work well.
For the
you know,
time
since she's
being,
not this is not a very athletic woman necessarily, just much more average. We're not looking at huge amounts of muscle mass, and so being able to define all of the exact muscles in the topology is not exactly necessary. Plus, you know, in this day and age, quote unquote, or more specifically, you know, with the power of sculpting, both through Blender, through ZBrush, through Mudbox, you name it, you know, there's really no need to model in all of the exact details. What we're more looking for is a nice, clean topology that's going to allow easy animation of the model for the, you know, for the final effect.
Of course.
The actual muscle detail will generally be added via sculpting, within a normal map or something like that.
Yes.
But when it comes to animation, you can't really animate a sculpted mesh, so that's where this kind of work still absolutely plays a pivotal role and is absolutely essential. But that's why very seldom anymore do we even go in and still model each of the individual muscles. We leave that to the sculpting. It's much easier, it's much faster, much more effective, and you can get much better overall results. So right now, you'll notice that her shoulders are pretty stiff. So right now I'm just going to go in here, I'm going to select these areas, I'm just going to W, smooth a couple times, let that kind of clear up a bit. Remember that at the moment, I'm not so worried about all of the actual detail. I can adjust these as I go along. For now, I really want to focus on just getting the mesh laid down for a good starting point. We'll be able to bring any of these out as far as we need. We'll be able to, work with all the muscles and the tissue and all that good stuff. But first things first, we need to get the topology in there. Okay, that's looking pretty good. I think maybe that we will go ahead and let's drop in, say, 2 edge loops here. Bring this back, kind of smooth that out. We can connect that right through here. Connect this one. We'll select all of this. Bring it back. Because with this kind of, with the female body. Select all of the edge loop. Go ahead and let's drop in, say, 2 edge loops here. Bring this back, kind of smooth that out. We can connect that right through here. Connect this one. We'll select all of this. Bring it back.
It's like a Rubik's Cube. You have to figure out where the pieces belong. think someone called for me. Okay, I'm back. Now let's get back to it.
Next. This one. We'll select all of this. Bring it back. You know, because with this kind of, with the female body, the edge of the breast here is generally the widest point. You know, assuming that, of course, she's not wearing a bra or anything, then you're gonna have the side of the rib cage right in here or so, and we'll be able to add in the topology along the side here to work with exactly that. So let's bring this in about there. So right now we're trying to kind of get the rib cage in there. That feels fairly good. I think that will work. Switching back into local view makes it a little easier to see everything. Okay, I'm going to add in an edge loop here, which then maybe allows me to slide.
Fuck! I accidentally
Half of
clicked
it's going
refresh on
with
the
very
page.
nice. And
I was watching that.
And bring body and hit numpad. Since we have this kind of muscle flow coming up like this, is I would like to the topology kind of work with my shape a little. Little bit. Let's add in an edge loop. Yeah, huge brush through mud bar. Be a sculpting,
Let's go forward a bit.
Back, connect. This kind of, assuming right in to work there. So right now we're.
One moment.
get the rib cage in there. That feels fairly good. I think that will work. Switching back into local view makes it a little easier to see everything. Okay, I'm going to add in an edge loop here, which then maybe allows me to slide this up just a little bit, kind of average out those two results, which then also allows me to take this, fill that, and fill that. Put that in there. This out. And this out. Okay, that's starting to feel pretty. Pretty good. Let's add an edge loop here, which will connect this. And you can see maybe we want an edge loop right here. And then connect this. And lastly, let's add in an edge loop right here, which allows us to fill this and this. So, pull this out, kind of even it out there. I can slide these back, just average out that transition. Bring these around.
One moment again. Finally, I'm back. Sorry.
Pull this out. And here, this. And lastly, let's add in an edge loop right here, which allows us to fill this and this. So, you know, pull this out, kind of even it out there.
Slide. Ah. Yes. Yes.
This. And lastly, let's add in an edge loop right here, which allows us to fill this. Then connect this. And lastly, let's add in an edge loop right here, which allows us to fill this and this. So, you know, pull this out, kind of even it out there.
Yeah, I think I got it.
I can slide these back, just average out that transition.
Oh. Oh.
These around.
Okay.
Out just a bit. Let's go and get out of local view, switch back to our reference, and we can see that that's looking fairly good as far as the profile. You know, it's a little hard to see just because this reference is at a slight angle that doesn't quite work, but that's okay. Really, we're looking for the approximation at the moment. Just tweak it.
Let's see how this looks so far. Oh goodness, that's not too bad. Oh wait. A big part of the work is evening everything out.
He needs a bit just to kind of fine tune the shape just ever so slightly. Okay, that starting to feel pretty good.
You got that right, Buster.
There that I can resolve. And I think that will do it for this section. Although her shoulders are definitely bugging me. Let's just grab this, turn on proportional editing. We're gonna pull this way down like that. Pull this up a little.
Okay. Where's the video? Oh, there it is.
Up a little. Keep that down. Just kind of tweaking the overall look. You know, even though we're not necessarily worried about the exact details yet, I still want to get something that we're fairly happy with the end result. There we go. That looks much, much better. Perfect. Okay, that's going to be it for this part. That lays down, you know, a lot of that topology. We could fill in the rest of the shoulder area, but we're not going to do that just yet. We're going to leave that for the next part. You know, we've still got a long ways to go, but I think that this is really good progress. And I don't want to, you know, complicate things too much or make your heads blow up or anything like that. So.
Torso and chest topology.
Hello everyone, and welcome back to this long-awaited next part in the female body modeling tutorial series from BlenderCookie.com. This next part has been a long time coming, unfortunately, and I do apologize for that. I know a lot of you that are watching the series have been very eager and reminding me that the next part is due and has been due for quite some time. But regardless, we're finally getting around to it. And in the previous
Gladly
part,
I wasn't.
gone in and
Gladly I
laid down
wasn't
a lot of
doing
the
Blender back
topology
when this was
for
back when this
the
was
upper
released,
torso
so I
here.
didn't have to
And
wait.
what I want to do now is I want to go ahead and finish off that topology. So we're going to fill in, you know, this area
Lucky me.
right in here. We're going to go in and we'll fill this right through here. Just kind of fill in
But what about-
all the holes, and then
Okay.
we're going to continue on down the torso and try and get the rest of the major torso created today. So starting
Okay.
off, I'm going to hit numpad / to bring back my references, and let's just hit
Alright.
tab, go into edit mode, and I'm going to start with this hole right in here. So that's the first thing that I want
Oh, wow.
to create, and I'm just going to change some grease pencil settings here. Okay,
Blender
So,
cookie.
first things first, on the clavicle, let's first talk a little bit about the clavicle anatomy. The clavicle, you know, it starts kind of right in here.
Okay.
It's going over through here and goes all the way over to kind of the tip of the shoulder right here. So these two edges that we have, we want to basically bring all the way over here so that it connects with the top of the shoulder. In order to do that, you can see that we need to adjust some topology.
Wait, I think I can actually merge these vertices. There we go. Perfect.
Topology right in here.
Now get
So,
back to it.
What I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and take this section here, and I'm just going to inset it. So I'm just going to
Inset.
hit E to this section. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and take this section. Here, and I'm just going to inset it. So I'm just going to hit E to extrude, right click to cancel, so that it leaves the extrusion right in place. And if you notice I have proportional editing mode on, but if I turn that off by pressing O and then grab it, you'll notice that it's there. I can now go ahead and scale this down, and that will just kind of inset it. Now I could have used the actual inset extrude tool or something like that, but I don't really care in this case because I'm going to adjust the shape anyway. I'm then going to delete this interior face. Just hit X, delete the face.
Alright.
And then let's actually just select this again. And I'm going to hit W and
The
smooth.
thing about me is when
I'm
I
just gonna do that
model,
a couple
every
times just
time
to
I
smooth it out
do
a bit.
another model, I
And you can
do
see
not
that's now coming
remember
over
all
to
this, so
about
I
right
need to
there.
be able to.
Although I could
So
actually probably
so I
bring it
have
a
to look
little
at this
bit
tutorial
further.
again to refresh my
So I
memory.
might go ahead and extrude
Because
this
it's lots of
section in
steps
as
to follow,
well,
you know.
followed by deleting
It's nice to
these
have someone guide you.
inside faces and then just merging these together. So smooth. I'm just going to do that a couple of times just to smooth it out a bit. And you can see that's now coming over to about right there. Although I could actually probably bring it a little bit further. So I might go ahead and extrude this section in as well, followed by deleting these inside faces and then just merging these together. So I select the two vertices, hit W, merge at center, select these two, W, merge at center. So that will bring that topology all the way over there, which then is going to allow me to select these two vertices, select these two, hit F to fill it, select the side right next to it, fill that. And now before I start filling in this hole, I'm going to go ahead and work with the shape a little bit. So I might select some of these pieces, bring them over, and I just want to ensure that I get the actual clavicle shape. And again, the clavicle shape is kind of like this of sorts. And then it kind of comes down, and so I'm going
It's
to
like a shade of a
bring all
boom.
of these up. I'm actually going to bring the whole shoulder piece up just a little bit there.
It's like a.
I'll grab this
I guess
piece,
the best way to
hold up.
describe the clavicle is that it's basically the handlebars of a bike, except in bone form, and there's a pair of crowbars attached to it, aka your arms.
A bit more.
A weird
Just
way
kind
to
of
describe it,
tweaking the
yeah,
shape
but it's the best way I
just
can
ever so
describe it.
slightly. Okay, if we get rid of the grease pencil, we can kind of see what that starts to look like. That looks pretty good. Oh, I might select these vertices. You select those ones there in the back that I grabbed. And I'm just going to hit W and smooth a couple of times just to get it nice and even. Then I'll do the same thing with these. And maybe these. Okay. And that starts to look fairly good. Now, you kind of have, depending on, well, basically, there is a kind of a seam in between two muscles where kind of you've got muscles coming down like this shape, and then kind of the shoulder muscles right in here. And so you tend to see a little bit of a pit right here. So I'm going to grab this vertex and just pull it down a little bit. Same thing maybe here to kind of help show that section in between the muscles, kind of the valley of sorts. Kind of bring these areas up a little bit to accent that a little bit more. There we go. So we start to get that little bit of valley.
Okay.
Alright, I think that looks pretty good. And you can kind of see that the clavicle line kind of, it starts here at the base of the neck and really just kind of makes a perfect line right up over the shoulder and then kind of follows the arc down the shoulder. The clavicle doesn't go all the way down here, but the line that it creates kind of goes down, follows the silhouette of sorts. And I think that looks pretty good. Now what I want to do is I want to close it off down here. So I'm going to grab these two vertices. I'm going to extrude them out, maybe rotate around. Oops, except I don't want to lock to the center there. Just going to pull it back. And then maybe I'll extrude down like this, something of sorts. And you can see it's gone in way too far, so I'm going to bring these back out along the y-axis, maybe bring this out.
Jitterbug.
And the clavicle also tends to come out a little bit here at the base of the neck, so it kind of bows out. I'm going to bring it out just a little bit there. And then it comes to a point, kind of almost a knob right in here. So that's why I kind of turned down like that. Then I can bring in these two vertices, just lock them right to the center. And then probably what I could do is just bring in this vertex right here, extrude it in, and then I can fill that, and that will kind of fill in that area. I could also then bring these vertices in and connect them with the neck right there. Now I'm not going to fill the rest of these just yet. I want to wait and kind of see how I want to connect these. I'm going to go and hit numpad / to go into local view again, just so I can focus on just my mesh. I don't need to worry about the references at the moment.
I know what to do. There we
Alright.
go.
I wanted to start filling in these areas, so I'm going to select these four, hit F there, and I could go ahead and just fill in a face like that. That would definitely work. And in fact, actually, I think I will do just that for now, because then what I'm actually going to do, one is I will smooth these two out just a little bit to bring them out a bit. These might be a little close together, so I might bring them out a bit more than they actually are at the moment. Something like that. Okay. And I might bring these out a little bit more like that. I might select these inside ones, just hit W and smooth a few times. And I think that'll work fairly well for now, although that knob is definitely way too sharp, so I'm going to select this, just smooth it a few times, just kind of smooth that out. And then I might bring these in a little bit more, just smooth them a few more times, and maybe bring them in a little bit like that along the y-axis.
By my dead Scottish brother.
Okay, that'll work for now. You know, we can adjust the actual look of them in a little bit, but for now I just want to get the topology in there. So that'll work for the time being. Now we need to go ahead and fill in all of this stuff right in here, which
Okay.
is getting to be a little bit of a pain.
I can
Basically,
tell.
this line right here, like this, really needs to connect kind of inside this little knob of sorts.
Oh boy. This is the
feel
part
your own
about
neck-
like modeling this kind of stuff that's kind of traumatizing. Like he said, it's gonna be a pain. It's gonna be a pain to get through this part.
muscles. You can kind of feel that the tip of this tendon right here, and you'll feel that it kind of comes right inside the inside edge of the clavicle here. So what I want to do is actually go ahead and rip this vertex, or actually, you know what? We're just going to delete this face, just like that, and I'm
Okay.
actually going to go ahead and add in one more loop face, just like that. And I'm actually going to go ahead and add in one more loop right down through here, which goes all
Oh, fuck.
text locations of your mesh before applying. So close together. This expression, add in this. Even time being, one thing that will reconnect or okay, that will work. Just making sure that I keep everything.
Seriously, how far do I need to
one more
rewind?
loop right down through here, which goes all the way down, but that's okay. It'll give me a little bit more to work with down here. I might go and hit W and smooth, just to smooth it a little bit. Maybe bring that back down there. And then I will connect these, just like they were, but it's just one vertex in now. This way, then this tendon can kind of connect right on the inside edge there. So it just comes in just barely.
Thank God.
And if I pull this in, then we can see how that starts to look. So it kind of connects right on the inside edge there. If I get rid of my grease pencil strokes now, what we can do is start filling in the rest of this. So these vertices line up, so I want to connect those. So if I just connect that now, you can actually kind of see what I'll get. And this then leaves me with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 vertices. So it's good. I've got an even amount. This means I'll be able to connect them no problem. So if I just pull these up, something like this, maybe scale them down a little bit. then I could go ahead, I could connect this in there, which would again help kind of pull it in that direction. And actually, I think that's probably what I'll do is because I'll be able to do 3 and so in just barely, and if I pull this in, then we can see how that starts to look. So it kind of connects right on the inside edge there. If I get rid of my grease pencil strokes now, what we can do is start filling in the rest of this. So these vertices line up, so I want to connect those. So if I just connect that now, you can actually kind of see what I'll get. And this then leaves me with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 vertices. So it's good. I've got an even amount. This means I'll be able to connect them no problem. So if I just pull these up, something like this, maybe scale them down a little bit. Then I could go ahead, I could connect this in there, which would again help kind of pull it in that direction. And actually, I think that's probably what I'll do is, because then I can just go in here and fill those two. So I think that'll work pretty well. That kind of redirects this topology in this direction, which works really well because then it kind of sends it off towards the clavicle. Also allows me to pull that in a little bit there. And now I could go ahead and select, say, these. I could fill that, pull this back a bit, but I'm not going to get a lot of detail right in here. You know, I would really kind of like to have another edge coming up through there. So I'm going to delete this, and I'm actually going to send one more edge loop right down here. And I'm going to slide this one over to compensate for that. I'll bring that over, and then maybe I'll do the same thing with this, just to average those out. Make sure that I'm keeping this nice and round. Okay, that will work. Just making sure that I keep everything nice and even. Okay, because now I can go ahead and fill this, where it just gives me a little bit more.
Wow. Clavicles are hard. At least we got a good looking clavicle there. I'll give myself credit for that. If it wasn't for this tutorial, I wouldn't have survived. Jeez. Though I'm pretty sure it's annoying people to hear someone else's voice other than mine. Throughout most of the stream, I'm mostly trying to listen. Torso
geometry
hard.
to work with to get a nice smooth result. And then I can connect this in here. Alrighty. And then you can see I've got 5 vertices in here, so somewhere I need to add in another loop. And if we just kind of look at this, couple areas that, you know, it might be nice to have another loop. One is right in here. One would be maybe another one coming around like this, and I think maybe that's about it. I don't want any more going up through here. Just gonna get a little too dense, so I don't want that. So if we keep kind of looking at this, you know, a couple of things we could do is, one, we could go ahead and separate this out here, add another loop in, slide this up, and in fact I think this is what I'm going to do. So I'll then merge these two. So just to repeat there, basically what I'm going to do is I'm going to basically grab a loop here, and I'm going to come all the way across. But right now you'll notice if I add a loop there, it goes all the way back. If I add one here, it goes up through the mouth, and there it goes back down towards the chest. So I've got to redirect my topology a little bit. So if I just alt-right click to select here, that loop will terminate here at the pole, and I can just hit V to rip that, and then maybe just pull it down along the Z-axis. Maybe deselect this one, pull it down a little bit more. Then I can go ahead and select these. I'm just going to hit W. Using the Loop Tools add-on, just going to select Bridge. That will connect those real quick. And then you can see that the normals are all messed up due to the black areas, or the black areas indicate that the normals are messed up, so I can just select everything, press Control N. That will reconnect or correct those. And I can kind of pull this up here, and this means I can add another loop right through there to continue. Let me get rid of my messy grease pencil, to then continue that on around like that. So if I now connect these two, so W, merge as center, and fill those, then I have this to fill and that to fill. And this is nice because Now, if you go into face mode, you can see Alt-right click, select that loop. It goes around, back around, and then comes back up. And so I've got a nice kind of a double loop of sorts where it's curving around, and maybe it'd be nice if this would continue on around like this. But I think for the time being, this will be more than adequate, where, you know, I've got this one going around, this one goes around, and then this is kind of the in-between loop of sorts, and it shouldn't cause any problems. So one thing that I want to do now, and something that's good to do from time to time, is to, using the subsurf modifier, we have the ability to display the editing cage, to either display the editing cage or to not display the editing cage. The editing cage is basically the actual mesh that you're working with. And so if we go in, and we're just going to select these couple areas, I'm just going to smooth them a little bit. So I'll W smooth. I can always make them stronger later on, but for the time being, I want to just kind of soften them up just a little. But anyway, to get back to what I was saying about the editing cage is basically whether you show the pre-subsurf geometry as the actual wireframe, or do you show the actual result of the subsurf modifier. And the way that you can do that is if you just click this little button right over here on the subsurf modifier, go into edit mode, you can see that now it actually shows the vertex, each vertice at its final location on the surface, rather than before you add in the subsurf. So this gives a much cleaner looking mesh, and some people like to work this way. I don't really encourage it as far as working throughout the entire model, namely because it gives kind of a false impression of how clean your mesh actually is. You can see, like, this makes it look really, really super clean, and I've brought those in way too close together. I'm just doing some kind of subtle tweaking here. That's a little better. So it gives, you know, makes it look really nice and clean, and is really good for showcasing your topology because it shows the actual results. But if we turn this off, you know, it looks a lot messier, but it shows the actual vertex locations of your mesh before applying the subsurf. So I encourage you to check both. You know, if you're showcasing the topology, it's nice to use the to show the or to apply the modifier to the editing cage. If you're just modeling and you're working with the topology, sometimes it's best to keep it off so that you get a good idea of what your mesh is actually like, and then just apply it from time to time. Okay, I think that starts to work. This looks a little
Let's
beefy
slide
right now, so I'm
this
gonna pull
forward
it down.
just a little bit.
Pull these areas down. Okay, let's go ahead and bring back our references now. Pull that back up a little bit. Okay, so I'm just hitting numpad / to bring back our references. And if we actually let's just hide our model for a moment, kind of look at this. She doesn't have a lot of detail there in, oops, get rid of that. There we go. And we'll go ahead and get rid of the camera. So mine is maybe a little bit more detailed than her actual clavicle area, so I might select all this. Just hit W and smooth a couple of times, just to smooth it out. Make it a little bit more consistent with the reference. There we go. And right now this maybe comes out a bit too much, so we'll just bring in
That looks not so bad.
Okay, that looks better.
My God, I just
And
realized
maybe
this is the
I'll
first
bring
time I
this
actually
out
looked
just a
at
bit.
this in rendered mode throughout the whole stream.
Okay. What I want to do now is I want to move my focus to the back of the shoulder here. So if we look at the shoulder, what I want to do is going into our local view. Basically, I want to fill in
let's make a quick render. But first, let's get a cool camera angle. Let's render. Oh, I should turn off backface culling. Let's go play around with the settings real quick. Now what I do is I do this. And I do this. And that, friends, is how I do simple thingy. And that's how I do a simple That's how I do a simple yet realistic subsurface scattering thingamajuki. Might as well add those edge loops as well. sometimes I keep forgetting to set the focal length of the viewport to 50 because when it does that and I don't realize it, I'm like, oh, you know? I feel like I'm about to do a Mr. Bean sigh, you know? That's the kind of emotional reaction I get with that kind of moment. Just Mr. Bean going like, oh. Still looking a bit too boobish. It's looking too boobish. There we go. Oh, wait. No, wait. That's blood. Alright, just one more render with that filled out chest. let's share this thing on my thing, I guess. Alright, I think I'm gonna end the stream early today because that process was surprisingly exhausting. We'll probably continue on Sunday with this model because Thursday through Saturday I'm gonna be back onto the Oni Blaze thing. So I'll see you all guys all tomorrow. Bye bye. Hope to see you again soon. Bye bye.